Oh.
Oh, my dog's never done that, and I've logged on like after years of playing. 10
Everybody in
dogs
this bed?
run.
Fascinating. Well, it certainly looks like it.
Oh, they come back. I've
That's
never.
how retrievers work, yes.
I never had I've had no time. Late but live, talking about FGO's situation. You're welcome.
Very cool.
Oh.
It's the wood. The hell is that damn tree from Harry Potter?
The Whomping Willow.
Yes, that. Probably. It'll die. See here.
Dun 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 dun.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, follow your orders.
Alrighty.
All right.
See you, Chad.
Not that. This?
では、前に出ます。
Deva. Hello, chat. How's it going today? Sorry about that. I am just running behind. I'm tired. I'm slow. This is me on a Monday lately. Something about like coming back to work after having like even one day off just makes me so exhausted. Okay, I did just get the tweet out. Do me the favor, chat. Go give it some love. I see some of you already have. Let me find you guys today's sauce. There it is. Okay. Actually, let me see something here real fast. If I were to type this. Okay, so it only goes to Twitch chat. Weird. But I can still see YouTube chat. So I don't know at this point. Just odd. Okay. Anyways. Let's get this party started. Oh god, I clicked too many buttons there at the same time. Hello, everybody. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. You guys need the art? Ah, so the only reason you're here is for the art. Okay. You know, maybe those DMCA people were right. You're not here for any other reason. Anyways. How's chat doing today? How's you guys this weekend? Oh, I am just now getting started. But we have a fun stream ahead. Oh, perfect. Andre showed up. This is my last run of CBC chat on either server. So technically finishing CBC was not an incorrect statement. This one's for all the marbles. It is literally to get me over the 3 million point threshold. I did it without rolling any CEs. I literally just have the guaranteed 5-star CE and have been taking people on support the entire time. Oh yeah, we're going to talk all about that. In fact, probably going to be recording a quote-unquote news video today talking about the stuff. Bit more out of anime in Japan. Yeah, I think that's the understandable disappointment. This is 2 years running now that they've really hyped up anime Japan and fed us a load of shit, frankly. So it's like I feel bad for the people that that paid for tickets to go to it. I feel bad for people like Trubs that paid to be able to televise it and translate it. So it's like it's just they basically to me shouldn't be like, hey, we're gonna be here at this thing and be like advertising it if they don't really have anything to put on at it. And honestly, to me at that point as well, it almost feels like a waste of money on their part. I'm not really sure why they do it. Get more Sankors for anniversary roll. Nice. Anime Japan was great if you don't care about FGO, that is. Yeah, like, and that's, I'm not trying to say, like, they shouldn't go to it or anything. I'm just trying to say that they really should announce this. And to give you guys an example, and what kind of the summation of the video today is going to somewhat touch on is, like, we still don't know what's next on JP. There is no planned stream, no announcement. We got Ordeal Call 4 news, but that's over a month away. And so we're like, then what the heck is coming up next? So it's like, to me, that's an easy win. If nothing else, just like announce that. But the fact that they don't like say anything at Anime Japan is something that I think this community should be angry about. I actually do. We don't necessarily have to like sit here and demand like full transparency from the devs or anything like insane. But we're at the point of just being like, what the heck? Like why are we sitting over here celebrating Anime Japan? And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If you guys think the lack of announcement for FGO is bad, chat, there was a panel for Strange Fake at Anime Japan. And we know nothing about the production status of Anime Japan or of Strange Fake from Anime Japan. How do you not talk about that? Is one of the most like mind-boggling things to me. That it's just like fucking stupid, frankly. Releasing one episode per year. We don't know. We know nothing. We have no answers. And that's like, it's getting to the point, and like, I'm sorry, but people have got to stop giving them the like free check, right? Like, I understand people love it, right? But there is a point where you have to hold people accountable, and there is no accountability at this point. So it's like, maybe the Japanese are like way more patient than we are. Maybe they're willing to let them kind of take their time. And to a degree, I would rather they take their time than to rush it. I don't need Strange Fake this year. If they want to come out with Strange Fake next year, or fuck, if they want to come out with Strange Fake like 2 or 3 years from now, it doesn't bother me. But what I would like is some accountability. I would like for them to say, this is what we're planning. Because you don't get to sit there and dangle it in front of us and then not say anything for forever. I get it's one of those things of like, oh, well, we'll say something when we know something, but that's bullshit. That's exactly what gets said in the business world to throw you off, because they know they know what the situation is behind the scenes, and they're just not ready to say it because it's not good. And I'm like, just be transparent and just tell us. That's it. Like, you've dangled it in front of us for too long now. Like, it would have been one thing if we were back in like last year and we're still waiting on news. That's fine, right? But it's another thing where you've now done an episode 0 and an episode 1, and we still have no idea when this anime is going to air, how it's going to air, how many episodes it's going to be. We have no idea when any of this is going to happen, if it even happens at all. Like, I hate to say this, but as of right now, the project looks as likely to occur as it is to be canned and never see the light of day after those 2 episodes. Like, this is not looking good in that regard. Did Type Moon or LaSingle say there was going to be a big announcement at this festival? No. But that is the assumption. And we can sit there and we can say like, oh, you know, well, they never said it. It doesn't matter. When they go, hey, we're going to be at Anime Japan, you guys should watch. That is tantamount to saying there is a big announcement in not so many words. And don't get me wrong, right? You could say it's like on us for believing in them to do that, but it is what it is. I mean, Strom, you can keep typing it. I'm not going to react to that. So it's like, it is what it is. I do think there should be some accountability for, hey, everyone, go to this thing where we announce nothing, where we literally just have a glorified pat on the back and like, wow, we're doing such a great job. Let's talk to the VAs. Let's get people hyped for the game, but we don't actually do anything. Like I said, that's burning a hole in their pocket. They pay money to be at those things. And they pay those VAs money to sit there and do stuff. So that is literally just them taking a big fat L. That is them just losing money for no benefit. It's the carrot pulling the cart situation. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about it at this point. I'm frustrated with them. And I think like everybody has a right to be at this point, and it's stupid. But that's besides the current situation, like say with NA. NA, we have the lack of the pre-campaign, and I've seen a ton of people get like really upset over this. Chat, in that regard, I'm going to tell you to chill. Really not that big of a deal. Here's why. Do you somehow think you're not going to get Tiamat? Because let's be honest, nobody actually cares about the pre-campaign. Everyone just cares about the banner. You're getting Tiamat. Okay? The only question is when. And I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be that long. Okay? We pretty much know the event is on the 28th. We have the live stream scheduled for the 27th. So they're going to end up running the pre-campaign probably like tonight. Maybe the day after, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. That explains all the details of it? Yeah. Evocation Festival explained. I hate the carrot and the stick strategy. I think it's like everybody's kind of just anticipating stuff at this point. Yeah. Yeah. I'm aware of that, Evelyn. Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. But that's also why like I'm basically just telling people like just chill. It's going to happen. Like people are like losing their freaking minds right now over no Tiamat. It's nothing. Like yes, I'll go ahead, chat. I'll go ahead. Yes, I'm telling everybody to calm down. Yes, I'm telling everybody it's not that big of a deal. But I will take the blame for telling people before that I thought that the pre-campaign might come out on the 21st. To be fair, that mirrors how JP did it. Okay? So I have a reason for stating this date, but that date was clearly incorrect. So I will apologize. That's on me. Okay? But yeah, like, this is why I'm saying, like, it's fine, guys. This will happen one way or the other. We'll be twitching for the gotcha. Yeah, I mean, and I think if anyone's concerned about like whether or not like say like Tiamat and Draco are going to overlap, they will. You'll get both. So it's like it's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. Let's go touch JP here first because I got to figure out something to do with my AP on JP. It's going to be released at the end of CBC. I mean, It's pretty close. Wait, was it confirmed that it was delayed? Yes. Given we don't have it. No, they've not made a statement on it, if that's what you're asking. I can't believe CAD personally delayed Tiamat's banner. You got me. I did. I actually I went in there and I did one of these. And then I just I found that little dial on the wall and I cranked it back. And then I did my best villain laugh and then I just walked out. We still didn't get FGO user survey summon tickets. Wait, what do you mean? Seriously, pull rates for the next few Arturia face reruns have gone up 3,000 or 300%. Listen, I've had bad enough rolls this early in the year already. I think I can get it. I think at that point, if I get really good luck on them, it'll be warranted given how bad my luck has been on other banners this year. So we're doing pretty fine on all of my material requirements on JP. I have quite literally purchased just about everything, including almost every single statue and monument. So I don't have anything I have to do on JP. So JP's pretty open. I have no idea what the master missions are for today, because I have clearly none of them done. It doesn't look like any of them are the FP summoning. They really need a click on the mission and it takes you to a corresponding node or pulls up the list of nodes. That would be such a great feature, especially since they've added that for just about everything else. Oh, new interludes. That's true. I did forget about that. Actually, yeah. Who do we have on raid up right now? Casters. It's not all the casters, is it? They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They absolutely know what they're doing. Doesn't look like I have any half-cost strengthenings at the moment. So, interludes. I can do the Ilia interlude. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Just throw ourselves in. Interludes can be kind of spicy, so we're going to take Castoria if at all possible. I mean, I could do that. This is one of those scenarios where I don't go for bond efficiency. I go for hey, I don't want to waste my time efficiency. And so you'll see me just kind of roll in with whatever I think would be efficient in some way, shape, or form. And then I'll combine with something safe on the back line here. Just in case something goes awry. Okay, I'll try. Ilia's last arrow is a single enemy? Okay, thank you. That does help. I forgot to do the rider interludes? Yeah. First batch of casters still pretty cracked. Oh, it definitely is. I immediately looked at that, saw what they were doing, and said, yep, what they did here is they actually divided up the basically the supports. It's like you don't have Scotty here, you don't have Castoria here, but you do have like Merlin. So it's pretty clear that they're just trying to make it so that it's not like a one size fits all thing. Just a 1 out of 2. Should be easy. Most of the regular classes have been slip on 2. It's not like they singled out the casters. Yeah, no, I think they've split them up. This isn't the first time it's happened. My NP69 waiver? No. No, I don't think I will. But I will say bye-bye to Eduardo. Doing my advanced quest, but oh boy, fuck the wolf advanced quest. Yeah, you like it? There's definitely some advanced quests that are annoying. And like I said, there's a reason that they've gotten more tame with the advanced quests over time. Because at first it started out with them doing like fun gimmicks. But then some of the gimmicks weren't so fun. And they were kind of frustrating for people and people complained. And ever since then, it feels like the advanced quests have been kind of neutered. I'm wanting to save for summer, yeah. I remember the first Saber banners. Mm-hmm. I think the idea that they will announce the Tiamat pre-campaign during the live stream instead of the event. It's possible. I doubt it though. Mostly because the pre-campaign does actually have some stuff in it. It's not like super essential, but it is a thing. So I can see that being a like, hey, yeah, you can do that, but it's not going to be like to the devs' benefit, basically. And I do think it would kind of annoy the player base if they did that. Like, again, the whole reason I said something about it, the whole reason Avalon's been having to say stuff about it, is because literally the community is like inundated with people complaining right now. So every day that goes by where we don't have Tiamat is another day that people complain. It's another day that like animosity builds. So I don't think they're going to try and do that. I think there is a reason they've done it here. We'll talk about that basically in the recording. Whee! Goodbye, Gorgons. People have been panicking a lot because of it. Yeah, which is like so stupid. Because, like I said, it's not like this earns them any money. I get it, right? I get the why, but like it doesn't really earn them any money, and it just ends up kind of salting people to some extent. I went to an anime convention. Was it Anime Japan? Or was it a different one? And it's all good. Okay, thank you for the 15. Appreciate it. Catch do karaoke. It's not Okay's fault. I have Okayist working on something special. I'll probably talk a little bit more about it tomorrow, but yeah, we're definitely I definitely have like circled the wagons with people and tried to like come up with I think I know like in a couple of ways how to change content for the YouTube channel. And so we're gonna start enacting some of that here shortly. But it is? No, it's fine. When's the next time we get a new Mystic Code uniform? All of mine are maxed. Summer? Is it Annie? Okay. I was gonna say I couldn't remember. Is it Summer? Was my instinct right? Hmm. All right, chat. Unironic Mel loop. $20 arts one? Yeah, okay. So I was right. Mel loop scene? Well, it's not much of a loop when I'm just gonna kill him dead, chat. This is how very unfortunate. Garugamesh must die. Now the real question is, have I used this in P on JP? And survey says no, because this is definitely the slow version of the NP. To be fair, I went a long time without having Mel on JP. I think it picked her up in the last GSSR. And bonk. Like, I'm just happy to see her being used. That's all good. Most of the time, the reason I don't use her is because I don't really have, like, a need to use her. Single target Arts Lancer on JP. I guess I could have shown off Nagao Kagatora. That's probably what I should have done, because she does have the buff. So I'm sorry, chat. I did you wrong. I should have shown you the buff. Wait, do I? Yeah, I still don't have Blavatsky on JP. That is like wild to me. That out of all the units my JP has, like, so for instance, chat, for reference, I think I calculated it because what did we recently have there where it showed us how many units that we have on? Oh, Valentine's Day. So at Valentine's Day, I only had about like 100 spare hearts on my JP, which tells me that it means that I have like 300 of the 400 servants. So it's like, it's wild that Blavatsky is one of the ones I don't have. As someone that has been in the game since I started and literally is a 4-star that's permanent. I know someone that still doesn't have a Stolfo or Marie Rider. I just got a Stolfo not too long ago on my JP. I think it was last year. I was like, what? Kind of a wild sequence of events. How many leftover chocolates did I have on an A? I think 15. Like my NA only lacks units that it purposefully lacks. Like people that I've chosen strategically not to roll. Now I have no idea. But yeah, that's how it kind of always is for my NA. My NA only lacks the units that I don't care to roll. My JP lacks plenty of units still. But I mean, when you think about it this way, considering that account started out relatively like free to play, having 300 of the 400 units is pretty awesome. I think I have all permanent 4-stars in NA. I should, unless there's someone new. What was the last permanent 4-star NA had? Hello, Angora. Son of Wang Fei Hu, he's permanent, right? Yes. Tlaloc. Well, I wish I could say I didn't have Tlaloc. Not that I hate Tlaloc or anything like that. Just, Chad, if you were here for roles, you know. You got a few. I got a few. Yeah. Yeah, she would not leave me alone kind of energy. By the way, Mr. Cad, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I don't know. Would a woodchuck even chuck? Nice flying colors, indeed. Enough to make Leah cry, probably, which I'm sorry for. I've had over the years, I've had friends that have like really wanted a unit that I've luck sacked. And given the fact, chat, that one, it's just not the type of person that I am, but also two, I very early on in my gotcha history experienced the reverse of that, where all of my friends luck sacked the unit that I wanted, and people were like rubbing it in my face. I would never do that to people. When are you going to drop your version of the morning routine vlog? I saw that. Morning routine chat is really freaking easy for me. But like, holy hell. Whatever. We'll just pop it. Easy. Gotcha's gotcha. It happens. Just don't be a dick about it. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I've been doing it a long enough time that I know. A woodchuck would chuck all the wood that a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Chat, my ability to read is not to be questioned. If I ever read anything incorrectly in chat, it is purely due to the fact that I'm probably skimming your comment. So I'm reading it so fast that I'm actually like hopping between words and actually trying to fill in the gaps in my brain and infer what you're saying from very few words. We need more Janako faces in FGO, just saying. I'm okay. I'm okay with one. One's already too many, depending on which account you're asking. Do the Hanakawa tongue twist? Which one's that? Giga Chad, 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 reading comprehension. Quick savior, Janako? I mean, I guess they could do something like that. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't hate it if they did. At this point, Quick just needs something, so. What the collab on JP is going to be? Yeah, I don't know that you're necessarily getting one. Because Ordeal Call Thor is going to be right during Golden Week, which is when they normally do the collab. And yeah, I do kind of agree. Based off last year with how many collabs we had, it stands to reason that they easily could skip one this year. Hollow Ataraxia collab with the event this year. Okay, so what if I told you you've already had a Hollow Ataraxia collab? You've actually had two. Potentially three. Can chat remember what they were? Two V-Days, yep. Anyone remember what the third one was? Come on. Someone's got to remember it. I'll give you a hint, chat. It's older than the two that you mentioned. I'm waiting on someone in chat to get it. And then someone, inevitably when I say this, someone's going to scream no, and then I'm going to have to explain it. Jig event? No. That's K&K. What was the question? I basically made a statement that said that you guys have basically had 3 Hollow Ataraxia collabs. And chat has listed the 2 Valentine's Days, which are correct. But there's one more. Angry Mango? No, because where Angry Mango comes into the game is the point at which he actually does tie in. Which technically is Hollow Ataraxia stuff, but it's not. Okay, I'll tell you what it is, chat. And you're all going to be like, what the heck? Summer 3. Avalon gets it. Okay, maybe Avalon doesn't get it. So the devs commented on this back in the day. They said the entire premise behind Summer 3's day-night cycle came from Hollow Ataraxia. Oh, that, yes. So it's like if you combine those 3, you technically have all the makings of a Hollow Ataraxia collab. Was it the horror one? No. It was the beach one. The one in Hawaii, yes. Wait, which one in Hawaii? My favorite summer event, Summer 3. I love Summer 4 for obvious reasons, but Summer 3 I do think is like the game's quintessential summer event. Like, and they have forever been trying to like top it, and they really can't. Didn't Hollow Ataraxia have the first swimsuit versions of our characters? I don't know. You could say Summer BB, but now you'd have to say which Summer BB? I mean, no. I think when you say Summer BB, you mean Summer BB, and if you're talking about the other one, you say BB Dubai. That's a like seniority thing. Which one was Summer 4? Vegas. Let's see. 1 was Pig Island. 2 was the Dead Heat Summer Race. 3 was Hawaii. 4 was Vegas. 5 was the Horror Cabin in the Woods. God, what was 6? We just had 6. Why am I brain farting? 6 was dinosaurs, 7 was Arctic. And now we're coming up on 8. The ruler, yes, the ruler. Yeah, 6 has been purged from my memory for selective reasons. And it's really interesting, by the way. So, chat, looking back at Summer 6 with the dinosaur and the egg. It's not going to say anything else, but it was all right in front of us, chat. Okay, but Avalon, what if the dinosaur was a certain pale-skinned blonde-haired individual from the Lost Belt? Well, I say blonde-haired, red-eyed. Which one? I'm not gonna say. Summer tier list win. You literally asked me last stream. You're gonna be waiting for a bit. Oh man, that pulled me all the way out. At least it's getting my weeklies done, one way or the other. Oh, come on. Stop. There we go. I love it when I accidentally pull myself all the way back out. Looks like I at least have enough to start this one. Summer 6 is more like treasure hunting and a little bit dinosaur. Summer 6 has a ton going on. If you ask me, that's actually like its main problem is Summer 6 is trying to do too much. And to me, chat, Summer 6 is where I point to from that point on. They started trying to do too much and make Summer actually like story. Like main story related. Because Summer 5 on backward weren't really tied in with main story. At least it didn't feel like it. Summer 5 on backward was like, hey, they're just having fun. It's time off of the story. Summer 6 forward is everything's main story related. And this is the criticism that I have of FGO's general narrative at this current point in time, is they've gone a little bit too far where everything has to tie into main story now. Everything. Summer 6 should have focused on Kama more. Sure, yeah. I don't mind it myself. I mean, I understand that people don't mind it. I don't really care. Like, the issue that I have with it at the end of the day is purely that a story that started out with levity, that started out with having these breaks kind of interspersed in and having that like comedy to cut it, is increasingly finding itself having none. That's my issue with it. Because I've talked about this before, and some people would be like, oh, but it doesn't matter. Like, I don't even like the comedy. That's fine. It's just not for you then. However, to all of the people that it did appeal to, that did get used to it, taking it away therein presents a problem. What's the last time the master blacked out and went to another world, and that's the reason we had a quest? That's actually like an overused trope at this point. That happens like all the freaking time. I feel like they're overusing that one nowadays. We didn't get Summer Kama skin One Piece swimsuit. I'm angry that we didn't get blue Summer Kama. For reasons. All right, so we are completely done with NA's point ladder as well. Let's see here. Yeah, so we got the point ladder done. I mean, I don't have, well, whatever. That's no point in sitting there just to get some extra mana prisms on this account. I definitely don't need the statues. Yep. Everything Gucci. Wish we would finally get another Saber Wars. I wonder why they haven't. But I think, look, I'm gonna be honest with you guys right now, chat. Especially given the current outlook, the current status of everything that's going on. I think everybody should kind of take everything this year with a grain of salt. Yes, it's 10th Annie. Yes, it's the end of part 2. Okay? But the reason that I'm saying take everything with a grain of salt this year, don't expect this year to be like any other year in FGO. And the reason why I say that, it's because of these things. It's their focuses are here and here, chat. It is not necessarily on other things. And so expecting them to stick to the normal schedule, expecting them to do things as they've always done, to follow patterns that they always do, don't expect that to happen this year. This year will be the pattern breaker, not the trend setter. Okay? Like it's going to be the year where, like, if anything can and needs to be replaced, it will get replaced this year, because they will literally just focus on the things that they essentially have to do. They semi lost an opportunity with Space Arish. I don't really think they did, because they could still work her into a Saber Wars story. Like, she is canonically Servant verse. In fact, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Seal is also stated to be Servant verse. So in a weird way, you can argue that last year's summer event basically was Saber Wars 3. I'll keep my expectations low. It's weird, right? Here's what I'm going to say about having expectations this year. Okay. You don't have to keep them low. Just don't expect anything specific. What do I mean? Your expectations should be high. It is 10th Annie. Just don't get like hard stuck on, oh, it's 10th Annie, they better do this. The second you start thinking that way, you're wrong. Like that's the best thing that I can say to you. You should have lofty expectations for a year like this. Just don't expect like, oh man, I'm thinking that they should do this. I'm thinking that they should do that. That means the devs have to do it. No, they don't. Any whiners will probably be happy with 10th Annie's payout at least. I mean, chat, was 5th Annie our historically most lucrative anniversary? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make a bold prediction right here. Chat's not gonna like this. I predict that 10th Annie will not be historically the most courts that have ever been given out at an anniversary. I don't think it will be. And the reason why is still, again, Annie 7. So I'm going to say this, chat. If you look at anniversary rewards across the anniversaries, they go like this. But then there's like 1 year where it actually doesn't go like that, and it goes like bleep. This year is Annie 7. So I'm gonna tell you, don't expect more than Annie 7. Annie 7 was a fluke. It was amazing. It was great. Don't expect it. Probably do a similar thing too, which should be fun. Yeah. Seven was last year's for us on an A, yeah. I do expect it to be solid. Yeah, I would expect 10 to be solid. Like, I'm not trying to like set you guys up for like disappointment. However, here's what I'm trying to tell you guys. While I'm not trying to set you up for disappointment, I'm also trying to like tell you that the ceiling is probably lower than you think it is. Right? Like, because some people's expectations are like way the crap up here. I'm saying your expectations should be like here. Tokyo Dome Doko. I think if they were going to rent out the Tokyo Dome, you would have heard it by now. Because we had already heard it at this point during Annie 5, or year 5, rather. So I don't think they're going to do that. I also think it's probably like bad superstition on them at this point. So they don't want to touch it. Time to break the capture card, chat. You're not disappointing us. It's just the game. No, I know. I guess what I'm trying to say is like I'm trying to temper people's expectations because some people are going to expect just pretty insane stuff. Is really all I can say. What was I doing this node with? Was it Zenobia? Is that what I was doing this node with? Atlanta? Okay. Well, we'll try it with this for now. Make sure it works. Also, I need to get Tez out of the back line there. He's over bonding. I do not need him to bond like that. Throw Cuckoo back in there. I got room for 4-star Bond C. Uh, do, 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 do. Yep, that'll do. Atalanta sounds right. Yeah, it was. Don't expect the impossible. See, what you say is true, Avalon. The whole reason I'm not going to tell them that, though, is because what I think is impossible and what you think is impossible is not necessarily what another person thinks is impossible. So that's why I'm just going to tell them not to expect any set idea. Because I can't trust that people have that, like, barometer themselves of, like, yeah, no, that's actually impossible. Or better or worse. Yeah. I just want to see Angelica in the game. That'd be an interesting one. I'm actually surprised that they haven't done anything really other than Prisma to tie in with the Iliaverse side of things. Are you getting there? Plant-based meat impossible. Well, no, that is impossible because it's not actually meat. The Impossible Whopper is in fact not meat. So I and I say this, I've never had an Impossible Whopper. I have no idea what it tastes like. I just imagine that it probably tastes like suffering. Soylent Green is in fact people. They do make some veggie meats quite meat-like. It tastes pretty good. Not sure about Veggie Whopper though. See, that just sounds like a lie that people tell themselves. Because I've seen vegetarian bacon, and I'm like, ain't no way. Ain't no way at all. And I'm like, I've seen people claim that it tastes like the real thing, and then I've heard from a third party where it's like, no, it didn't. It didn't at all. They're kidding themselves. They're lying to themselves to convince them that they understand that bacon tastes really good, and they have to lie to themselves to trick themselves into thinking that they're getting it just as good by being a vegetarian. And it's like, that's fair. I understand. But it's not. It is a lie, no matter what they say. The texture is different, though. That's my gripe with it. The flavor's different. It doesn't taste like bacon, no matter what they claim. So that's my issue with that sort of thing. Is like, I understand it's edible. I understand it probably tastes good. It is not a suitable replacement. It will never have the same actual flavor. Because nothing short of seasoning the fake meat with actual meat will make it taste that way. Smart vegetarians don't bother eating imitation meats. I think there's actually like a lot of validity to like being a vegetarian. Not like a vegan. I don't think there's any validity to being a vegan. I'm sorry if anyone in chat is. Vegetarian, I kind of understand. I understand there are like numerous health benefits to it. However, I don't believe that you should ever be like 100% that way. I think like you should be somebody where it's like, oh, you eat way more vegetables and you try to like make that the main staple of your diet, but then every now and then you have a cheat day and you go have a fucking burger. I feel like that would actually be better for you. Because there's a lot of like negative stuff right now on like eating meat and everything and how bad it is for you. Chat. My grandparents ate meat their entire lives and lived to be 90 plus years old. It's like, it ain't the meat. Okay? I know people want to think it is. It ain't the meat. In fact, my grandfather lived to be 96 years old. And he smoked for like 20 years, thanks to World War II. And he drank a glass of wine every night for the rest of his life after the war, after spending time in Italy. So, all I'm trying to say is, there's a point. It's not what you're eating. It's all genes. It may be, but in the same way that it's like it's all genes for him, unfortunately, it is also genes on your side too, right? Like there is stuff you can do for health. You can sort of improve your lifestyle, improve your overall health with it, but the idea is still just going to be that it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You just need to be like having a balanced diet and not eating like overly processed food. I think that is like one of the biggest issues we have nowadays as a society is we're eating just a crap ton of processed food. So things that are like injected with a ton of like preservatives and stuff, and they're just non-organic. And I think it's like, that's where the issues are. It's not necessarily like, oh, hey, you're eating meat, or like, I don't know, like you're eating like tofu or something like that. None of that really matters, I don't think. A glass of red wine every night is actually good for you? I know. Yeah, sugar's apparently like the worst thing for you. Like, there's been, I guess, like over the past like 2 or 3 decades now, there's been just like this huge war on like, oh, fat in your foods is really bad for you. You need to cut out all these like harmful fats. Chat. Human beings have been eating fat for like hundreds of thousands of years. It ain't the fat. But there is this thing that, you know, a couple of decades ago started really spiking in our diets. And it's sugar. You do need a daily intake of sugar, but that daily intake is like minuscule, and you can get it like through natural things like fruit and stuff. So it's like, yeah, no, it's the sugar. Sugar makes you like actually retain body fat. It is a thing. Sugar is 100% evil. Looks more than a glass? Listen, I just took a swig. That's all. I don't live with anybody, chat, so it's like, it's fine. There's like, if there's backwash in here, it's just my own, so. Salt, too. Salt's actually not that terrible for you, but yeah, it's like you don't need to like salt everything. I see people where it's like every time they cook, they do salt, and I'm like, you don't need to a lot of the time. There are certain things that I think are better with salt, but a lot of like, so for instance, let me just go ahead and see here. Chat, this right here is Crystal Hot Sauce. Okay? Crystal Hot Sauce is fantastic. Highly recommend it. It's flavorful. I love it. Love putting it on everything. Yeah, okay. Has sodium in it. So that's kind of the issue, right? Like a lot of the time, you don't need to add salt to everything because you're gonna get salt in everything that you're already kind of using. Okay, I got a sponsor, and it's hot sauce. Listen, chat. I could be sponsored by Crystal Hot Sauce, and I would take it in a heartbeat. I could also be sponsored by Dr. Pepper, and I would take it in a heartbeat. Or, heck, even Oreos. That's right, chat. Eating Oreos isn't necessarily bad for you from the fatty side of the filling. Bad for you because of all the sugar in the filling. Hot sauce, you need sodium though? No, I mean that's fine, but that's what I'm trying to say is like a lot of the times there are ways to flavor things without you first having already salted the item. Because any flavoring that you use probably has sodium in it. I can't tell you how many times I have like gone to reach for some other like mixed spice or something like that, and guess what it had in it? It had salt in it already. So it's like some people will be like, hey, I'm going to use this seasoning, and then I'm also going to like salt and pepper something, and then they're like, you didn't need to. That was already in there. Now it's just overly salty. So it's like, in a weird way, chat, I actually don't consume like that much salt because I usually have a tendency to get it from like every other place I could possibly want it. Salt's actually a good natural preservative. Yeah. Have some backwash wine? No, I literally wouldn't serve them this wine. Like, why would I do that? Right? Like, obviously, if it's something I've already drank out of, I wouldn't do that. Gluten-free Oreos taste exactly the same as normal Oreos. I was gonna say, does Oreos even have gluten in them? Like maybe the cookie, right? Like I wouldn't think that'd be that big of a deal. I can't stand hot, spicy food, which is super ironic since I am from a country that loves it. Might I recommend Crystal Hot Sauce? So, and I'm dead serious about this. I love the flavor of hot sauce. But chat, if you're somebody that has ever had hot sauce on your food, what's the biggest problem that you have? Even if you love the flavor, past a certain point, you can't taste anything anymore because it's just numbing your taste buds. Crystal really doesn't do that. You have to like absolutely just drench the thing in Crystal before it'll even approach that point. It's one of the things I really love about it. It's like, it is just a very flavorful hot sauce and it is extremely mild. Like you can put it on anything and it's not like actually hot. Calling it a hot sauce is almost a misnomer. Down to you. Sugi Sugite. Is Cad putting hot sauce on his Oreos? No. No, that sounds disgusting. I do put hot sauce on a lot of things, though. Now, hold on, chat. Do we have any Asians in chat? So there's my bottle of sriracha. And I buy this stuff regularly. Like, anytime I have, like, Chinese food, Vietnamese food, Thai food, sometimes even Japanese, just not very regularly, I put this on it. It's great. Yeah, and so it's really funny because like sriracha became super popular, like I want to say in the past decade. Chat, I have been eating sriracha. I've been eating sriracha since I was like 7 years old. Like, because all of my like Vietnamese friends growing up had sriracha. So I ate the ever loving crap out of it. Like, I love it. I have an insanely like built up tolerance to the stuff at this point. That stuff is so good. Yep. And I also like the like red chili sauce and stuff that you'll get sometimes with like Chinese food. Oh my god. And like I say Chinese food, Chinese American food. I know it's not like real Chinese food. But yeah, I freaking love that stuff. That stuff is great. See, chat. It is as red as it looks. It is literally spicy chili sauce. Mm. This stuff gave one of my Vietnamese friends an ulcer when he was growing up. And I'm pretty sure it almost did the same for me a couple years back. Was that a Triscuit? It was. It was actually the last Triscuit that I had left. Come out with a hot sauce Oreo? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. That just sounds disgusting. But, wait, what was I going to say? There was something else I was going to say. Oh, yeah. So, chat, does anyone remember the great sriracha shortage that we had a couple years ago? I had to get the, a couple of the other brands started making their own sriracha sauce, and I started getting the Tabasco sriracha, and it was different. It had the signature Tabasco like hang to it, but it was still pretty good. It was a good substitute. Some chocolate with peppers exists. I can see spicy chocolate. I can't see a spicy Oreo. That sounds disgusting. Because chat, remember, Oreos are meant to be an ice cream cookie sandwich. I don't want spicy ice cream. It just sounds disgusting to me. I'm sorry. Like, ice cream is normally meant as like a palate cleanser. Spicy ice cream can be a thing. Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is in some parts of the world. Those parts of the world are just insane, though. Makes me think about eating icy hot. Yeah, that doesn't sound good to me. All right, so what was the quote unquote spicy ice cream that chat has had? Like, what was the flavor of it? Was it like jalapeno ice cream or something? Was it wasabi ice cream? I had ranch ice cream before. See, that sounds disgusting to me. And I love ranch. Ginger. I mean, maybe, right? I mean, I draw the line at like alcoholic ice creams. So I've had vodka sherbet and stuff like that. But like spicy ice cream, I don't know. I had once eaten bacon ice cream as dare. Was it good? Bacon's at least like savory. And while I'm not going to say that sounds like a terribly good combination, I don't think it sounds as like polar opposite as like spicy does. Rum raisin, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there are some alcoholic ice creams to a degree. Mac and cheese ice cream. Oh no. I draw the line at strawberry ice cream. I don't know how people can eat that stuff. What was it that Reacher said in one of the recent episodes where he's like, there's only 2 flavors of ice cream and anything else is just nonsense? And the guy like immediately turns around and asks him, okay, but what about strawberry? And he's like, okay, but only in an emergency. But to a degree, it's like he's not wrong. It's chocolate, it's vanilla. That's basically it. Maybe strawberry too. That's way past the line of stuff I'm willing to try. I mean, if I was at like an ice cream shop and someone was like handing out like free scoops, I would definitely take a try of like bacon ice cream. It sounds kind of weird to me, but I would still try it. I prefer maple pecan ice cream. Okay, that sounds good. I mean, to be fair though, like maple syrup in anything is good. Like chat, maple syrup on bacon. Yes. Oh, the bacon ice cream, the mac and cheese one? Yeah. I've seen Barbie ice cream. Okay, but I assume that doesn't taste like real bits of Barbie. Like, I assume that is like... It's like pink colored and probably tastes like cotton candy. And then they just called it Barbie. Someone please tell me that I'm right. What did you just send me, Dirty? Wild blueberry cheesecake, planet Earth? I don't want to eat the Earth. Probably tastes like dirt. Hot honey? No. No. Pizza? Oh, God, no. Mac and cheese? No. Bourbon cherry jubilee. That sounds like that could be good. So far, chat, out of these, I would eat this one, and I would eat this one. And that's it. I would not eat any of these. Just nope. Nope. That seems disgusting. Is the brand they sell at Walmart? Okay. Yeah, like no, that's terrible. I'm sorry. Hot honey pepperoni pizza is really good. Okay, you mean not ice cream flavored though, right? Like you mean like hot honey on pepperoni pizza, not both of those 2 flavors of ice cream. Not ice cream. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it's like, yeah, no, sorry, that just sounds disgusting to me. I mean, I don't know. Maybe again, like maybe that's something where I'd have to try it, but there's certain things, chat. I have traveled the world. I have eaten a lot of things. Some of it good, some of it bad. Oh yeah, I need to do some ember gathering quests. I did forget about that. I've eaten enough to know what my taste palette is like. And it's not that I won't be like adventurous, but there are certain foods where if you put that in front of me, I just go, that's not worth it. Like, it's like, that's not being adventurous. That's just it tasting bad. Like, I'm sorry. It's not safe for consumption for my eyes. At least not at that point. I'll try new stuff, but there's limits. Yeah, it's like Chat, I went to Scotland, home of my ancestors. While I was there, I was tricked into having haggis. If I had known it was haggis, I would not have touched it. But I did eat it, and it was actually really good. It was actually really good. Not gonna lie. Like, I can see why people like it. So it's like, I would have never tried it, but I literally didn't know it was haggis. And I got told that it was haggis after I had already eaten it. And I was like, legit, I thought it was just like some stuffing on the plate. That's what I thought it was. Haggis is stuffed sheep stomach. Yes. So it's like, to a degree, in all honesty, it's not like that different from like eating like a sausage or something, right? But yeah, it's just one of those deals where it's like, I didn't really necessarily have the desire to try it because I knew what haggis was. Sometimes how a thing is made can make a world of difference. Yeah, that too. Like, I think there's a difference between like, hey, I'm having haggis and it's made well, and like, oh, somebody just like butchered this and it's terrible. It's basically a giant sausage, isn't it? Yeah, to a degree. Like, it's the same concept as the sausage. Versus just ground up regular meat. Yeah. But like I said, it tasted fine to me. I thought it was great. And it was one of those deals where, like, I'll give you guys an example, chat. I don't like liver. Can't eat it. Can't stand the smell of it. Hate liver. Okay? But I ate haggis. Don't know why, but I did. Love cow tongue and menudo, but I tried them and I just don't like the consistency. Yeah, texture's a big thing for a lot of people. Studied abroad and ate all the different food, no regrets. To a degree, it's like, as long as someone can eat it, it's edible. You know it. But like I said, to me, there are certain things where I just won't eat them. I'm sorry. I don't care how good someone claims it is. Like, I already, there's enough good food that I've discovered out there in the world. I don't have to eat that. But man, the texture is so off. So what's the texture like for eating mochi? Is it kind of like a mushy marshmallow? Very slimy. Interesting. So slimy doesn't necessarily bother me as somebody that has eaten like okra, like raw okra. So it's like that doesn't necessarily like mess with me. Isn't it sticky and chewy? That's what I would assume. But yeah, maybe it depends. I've heard that like natto in Japan is very slimy. Kind of similar to okra. Apparently also it's very pungent. I do not know why Aurelia didn't dance there. There we go. How dare you have such a short stream on a Friday? Listen to chat. It was Anime Japan. I was rating Trubs. We thought there was going to be some really good stuff. Okra is proof you can fry anything and make it taste good. Well, to be fair, right? I think one of the reasons why fried okra tastes so good is because the big reason a lot of people don't like okra is the texture. And when you fry it, you get rid of that texture. So it's like, I don't think people necessarily hate okra for the flavor. I think getting rid of that texture is like, there you go. Now you've changed it. An example I could give you of this is like, and sometimes like preparing it differently is transformative. So like, chat, I hated Brussels sprouts growing up because my mother once made them for me in the way that her grandmother made them, which was blanching them. Blanching is basically, and I'm trying to remember, I think it's like boiling, right? Like something similar in terms of the process. Absolutely freaking terrible. Cannot recommend it. Do not ever eat Brussels sprouts prepared that way. Meanwhile, roasting them in the oven, absolutely fantastic. Love Brussels sprouts prepared that way. They're great. And so, like, I went my entire childhood hating Brussels sprouts. Now, as an adult, I love Brussels sprouts. Bake with bacon? All right, but hold on, chat. That's not a legitimate thing. You can't say just add bacon because bacon makes everything better. Okay? It's like, that's not fair. That's cheating. That makes it legit, though. Oh, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying you can't use that as an excuse for, like, oh, now Brussels sprouts are good when you add bacon to them. It's like, no, just bacon is good. I usually pan fry Brussels sprouts. I think you could do that to the same extent, like basically sautéing it, right? Like, just 1 second, chat. Sorry. Um,
Why is that loading so slowly? Interesting. Okay, guys, so I did want to talk to you guys about the sort of news that came out over the weekend. We obviously had Anime Japan and kind of certain things get announced there, but they were maybe not what everybody was expecting. So, on the flip side, on the NA server, we're also still just kind of waiting on the pre-campaign here. It very likely might end up coming out tonight as of the recording of this here on this Monday. But I do have some possible explanations for why certain things may be happening. We're also going to talk about the potential for upcoming scheduling on JP. So right off the bat, Anime Japan did reveal a new character for Strange Fake known only as Sigma. So that was basically the only news we got out of Strange Fake. There was no news about the production or anything like that. So I think we're basically at this point still just waiting to kind of see what the developers and studios do with Strange Fake and how that's going to progress into the future. It's a big question mark for everybody. I think a lot of people are excited to see more Strange Fake stuff, but we don't really have too much in the way of like knowledge as to what's going on behind the scenes. So to me, it's a little bit weird that they make this announcement. It's certainly nice to see a new face in being added to the IP, but it is something where I think a lot of people at this point in time have very legitimate concerns over the going and kind of continual production of Strange Fake. When is it going to actually be released? What quarter, what window, and how, long is it going to be? Is it going to be multiple seasons, that sort of stuff? None of these questions have really been answered at this point in time. We don't really know what's going on with it, so it's still just going to remain a question, one that we probably all hoped was going to get answered at Anime Japan, but it unfortunately didn't. Next up here, they also did announce at Anime Japan a couple of other things, including a new master support campaign. You guys can see they are giving out quartz for the Anime Japan announcement. They've shown off a new key visual for that. Again, it's a hand-drawn illustration featuring Arthur and Nitocris in their spring outfits. And they've also, again, tried to hype up maybe some additional merchandising. There's also going to be a double gift campaign here during this time period. Basically, kind of going to have a new anime commercial as well being released for the Chaldea radio station. And then they also talked a little bit about 10th anniversary. For 10th anniversary, we pretty much know they're going to be doing the same thing they did for 5th anniversary. So if you guys remember the Under the Same Sky campaign from 5 years ago, they're going to be running Over the Same Sky as a new campaign. So you guys can expect more visuals from that. It's again going to be illustrations that'll be created for all 47 prefectures across Japan, and it's going to be released in stages. So hopefully this means we get new craft essences, maybe even things that we can collect come anniversary time. But it's definitely nice to see them doing this. I don't think they're necessarily going to be doing anything like the Tokyo Dome this time around, so don't anticipate that. And I would tell you guys, while it is 10th Annie and you can have pretty lofty expectations, just don't get bogged down in thinking like, oh, it's 10th Annie, the devs have got to do this, the devs have got to do that. Try to keep your expectations pretty, like, I guess, just kind of simmered to a degree so that you don't end up getting real upset over the devs if they don't do the exact thing that you wanted them to do. But either way, should still definitely be a pretty hype time. They did also announce some new merch, including new, again, like visuals, wall posters, even things like keychains, and even, a little bit of things like tote bags and shirts and all of that. So pretty much the standard fare for FGO. And they also announced a second collaboration between Aniplex's trading card game, Build Divide Bright, as well as it collaborating with Fate Grand Order proper. So it's definitely going to be a new one, and they're going to include basically part 2, chapter 7, Golden Sea of Trees in here. So it'll definitely be some interesting things to see what the illustrations look like for the trading card game. They're also going to be re-airing the absolute demonic front Babylonia on TV over in Japan. So that's going to be definitely hype for them, as it's showing their confidence in bringing this back and trying to give it some more screen time. Maybe as opposed to something like Strange Fake at the moment, where we're still not really sure what's going on. It's at least nice to see the devs are still wanting to kind of hype up their IP with this sort of stuff. They've also announced a collaboration between the Sony store and the Fate Grand Order store, at which they're going to have a limited collaboration selling new versions of headphones and Walkmans. So I anticipate that that's probably going to be Fate Go related and themed merchandise in that regard. So it'll definitely be interested to see what those are once they actually release them. On top of that, again, like we said, they ended up giving out the 10 courts and announcing the Over the Same Sky stuff. So it is pretty much the only actual news we ended up getting out of JP from Anime Japan. They did end up on the NA server here as well, giving us a key visual for Ordeal Call that's going to be airing pretty much by the end of likely April for us. So we definitely know this one's upcoming. We still have a couple of things, including the collab event for Lilum Harlot on its way. That is something that we pretty much know is coming here pretty quickly, as the live stream is announced for the 27th, and we can assume based off of their sort of again type of like pacing that they've done over time, that it's very likely to result in us having a event on the 28th, pretty much the very next day after the live stream. So I think that's when you can expect the collab event. It does fit with what they told us on their roadmap as well. So this pretty much is slotted in. But I think the big question that everyone has had this entire time is what's going on with the pre-campaign and where is the Tiamat banner? And I think we have the answer right here. You see, the issue is that there's a unique My Room segment to the Chaldea Boys event that does not expire until tonight as of the recording of this video. And so that was probably one of the reasons that they couldn't give us the pre-campaign. Because with the pre-campaign, the way it came out on JP, so again, don't look too much at the dates here, but there was also a unique My Room background for that. So I think that's probably why they delayed it a little bit, and maybe why you're not getting Tiamat as quickly as you had hoped. Again, I have to apologize for that. I told you guys my guess for it was probably going to be on the 21st, but we didn't anticipate something like this. It doesn't mean that you're going to really get shortchanged at all. It just means they're kind of delaying the start of the pre-campaign, but it's still an interesting thing. We'll just have to see. Maybe they do delay it even more after this. Just keep your eyes peeled, but rest assured, Tiamat's still coming. And then last but not least, we pretty much have conjecture as to what will JP be running at this point after all of this is said and done. So Anime Japan comes out, they talk a little bit about Strange Fake, they talk a little bit about 10th Annie and kind of things upcoming, including Ordeal Call 4, as we now know that that is going to be happening basically on I believe it's the 30th for JP of April. So we know that that's going to be pretty much at the end of next month, which leaves us a good 4 or 5 weeks at this point for kind of dead time after the end of the Chaldea Boys event on JP. There's a couple of things that they could do. Obviously, people have brought up numerous campaigns they could kind of throw in there. Things that they haven't done a whole bunch, like interlude campaigns or strengthening campaigns. Heck, maybe even another evocation festival. All of those are possible, but I do think there's a couple of kind of heavy indicators to me that stick out in my mind for what the devs would probably do here. they haven't given us any real clues, which usually points to them not wanting to talk about what's upcoming. If they don't want to talk about it, it's likely due to the fact that they want to make it a surprise. So at that point, I do think it's very likely, given that time period, that you do see an event. If it's going to be an event, there's a couple of things that they could run that make sense. The chief amongst them is a lotto event, and I personally would not like to have a lotto right now just due to my current work-life schedule, but it does make a whole lot of sense given the fact that the devs only gave us one lotto last year on JP, and the fact that, again, there's really nothing that they're pointing to anything coming here, which is their usual sort of like way they handle an upcoming lotto. They try to pretend like it doesn't exist and then just sort of spring it on you. So it definitely makes a little bit of sense for how this could be maybe our early spring lotto this year, as we maybe have a offset cadence compared to normal years where we get it like in the summer and the fall. So it definitely is a possibility that a lotto could be upcoming next. Another possibility would be something like Gouda Gouda. And I think the biggest issue with this is, again, the fact that they haven't mentioned what's upcoming yet. I would think if it was going to be a Gouda Gouda event, that would be one of the big things they would really want to try to hype up and advertise some. But who knows, maybe they're trying to sneak it in here, or they're maybe not trying to distract from some of the other stuff going on, like Ordeal Call 4 coming up. So it may just be a case of they're kind of flying low until it's ready to announce. And Gouda Gouda is something that they actually missed doing in the prior year. Last year was the first year without a Gouda Gouda. So this one could be them kind of making up for it if they choose to launch it right here. So that's another possibility. A third possibility could potentially be something like a tower event coming. That's another one where we've kind of had that over time. We usually get one about every like 1.5 years-ish on average. Sometimes we get them back-to-back years. Sometimes we go 2 years without one. So it just depends on what the devs want to do. They could sneak another one in here. It would be something that would keep the player base relatively occupied, but be fairly low maintenance on the devs, as usually tower events aren't super involved in terms of like story or anything like that. So they get the ability to kind of keep the player base distracted and keep us talking and playing the game without necessarily having to do a whole lot of work themselves, maybe because they're busy with things like Ordeal Call or Anniversary still upcoming. Another possibility could be something like a Grailfront. That one is a little bit more of a precarious one because Grailfronts, seemingly from the devs' perspective, are something that they have very much disincentivized over time here. They still run them, but they often have to be like reminded of the fact that it's a thing for themselves. I've even seen the Anniversary interviewers bring them up and ask them repeatedly in multiple interviews across the years of, hey, what are you doing with Grailfronts? So a little bit, I'm not sure the devs necessarily want to keep running them. I think it's probably something where it seems pretty simple to us, but it's actually maybe a little bit of a bear for them to kind of fine tune the scenario and get the AI working the way that they want it to. So I do think that one is a possibility, but that one may be a little bit of a stretch. So there's numerous possibilities for what they could do for an event upcoming here. And it could be, a fifth possibility would just be some event that's completely unrelated. In fact, I think one of the things when we're talking about a tower event could be that you could get some sort of reverse tower event tied in with like basically Dante's levels of hell or something like that. So you could get something that still ties into story, ties into Ordeal Call 4. But let me know what you guys think we're going to get upcoming here in this next month for JP. I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more FGO news and guides. And I will see you guys for the next one. Easy. Only thing I forgot, I meant to have a slide detailing hey, this is when Ordeal Call is. Oh, okay. It said it right here. Damn it. I had it on the screen. And I literally didn't see it. Another video done? Yes. CAD finally said it? I did.
The image also shows it. I'm literally like staring right at it and just like my brain's like, I think they said it's the 30th. A lotto during tax season just for CAD. I mean, NA has a lotto coming up, but that one's at least after tax season. This one, if they do a lotto on JP, I'm screwed. It's like, that is my biggest fear. I really hope they don't. However, the signs to me point to it. And what do I mean by that? There's no signs. When there's no signs, when it's radio silent like this, it means they're cooking something. It means there's a surprise that they just don't want to like tell anyone, and they just kind of want to like power bomb us with it. It's a lotto. Like, I swear to God, like, it's what they always seem to do when they do that. They go like radio silent right before a lotto. She's low-key the carry of each team I run. Oh yeah. Habitrot's a really strong option. Highly recommend getting her online if you haven't already. The only thing worse than an expected lotto is an unexpected lotto. That's right. Nobody expects the unexpected lotto. No, I wanted to do a quick like PSA basically talking about like, hey, here's the status of things. Here's the status quo. Here's all of the like the stuff that's kind of going on. I think it's a lotto, especially since they've done lottos at this time of the year before. Yeah, and that's where it's like, it wouldn't surprise me if they go like, I don't know, like maybe we get like some sort of campaign. And then we go lotto. And then we go like a couple of dead days. And then we go OC4. That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I could easily see them doing something like that. So if we see something like that, then yeah. Expecting a few weeks of filler campaigns for RC Call 4, so if an event happens, that'll be pleasantly surprised. I'm gonna tell you, Strom, like you were sitting there in chat spamming dead month. Literally, we are sitting, let's see, there's 31 days in March, so there's still 7 more days left in March. And then they have to go all of April to the 30th. So you're looking at 37 days. AKA, you're looking at 5 weeks. They can't make all 5 weeks dead time. They can't. They will literally get reamed a new one for that. FGO has never done this either. The closest they've had is they've had about like a 3 to 4 week quote unquote dead period. And that was due to delays. And they still got screamed at over it. A lotto before a grand class thing would be wise. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I had that thought of like, well, they want to do Ordeal Call 4. They want to have the grand class thing. I'm like, oh shit, they're going to give us a lotto. They're going to give us a lotto before it so that they can say, hey, we're giving you a lotto to help you prepare for the grand class thing. But they're not going to give it to you after the grand class thing because then you'd be able to take advantage of it. They'll still give you one, but that'll happen later in the year. So, like, I could easily see them kind of abusing this to get the lotto ahead of it so that they don't have to do something. Over 4 weeks until Audio Call 4, they're not pulling another LB7. They even told us they had issues before. Yeah, like, LB7 was a major problem for them, and they had to come out and publicly apologize for it. I'm not going to say something like that couldn't happen again. I'm just going to say I don't expect that. I don't think that's like what they're planning. And I do think they're probably sitting there and they're probably going to throw out something that's low investment on their end. So a lotto would fit that bill. A tower event would fit that bill because those two things are usually relatively story light. And all it is like the gameplay guys just have to come up with certain things. And we've seen it before where they've essentially vultured a lotto. So chat, if NA has a lotto coming out here, that means JP had to dust the code off of that and get that ready. We've seen this time and time again where JP will, in the process of doing that,
take that and make that the basis for a new events code. Like, they will literally, we've watched it happen where they've practically copied the nodes. So it's kind of funny. Why is Aurelia not dancing? I don't know. It's weird. But there, she's dancing. There's some sort of disconnect between the bot, I suspect. I thought of something of what if right after Ordeal Call 4 they start a countdown to Lost Belt's end. They've already started that. We literally already have a like road to 7, quote unquote, for the end of like Lost Belt. Which event did they copy nodes for? I seem to remember it being like, was it the Nightingale Lotto and Marthamus were very samey? Because I'm trying to remember, because like one of them was like extremely vultured, and I like, it wasn't 1-to-1 the same, but it was like, oh, there was like 75% correlation between it, and I was like, holy shit, that can't be a coincidence. What if right after Ordeal Call 4, oh yeah, sorry. NA had it much better. NA usually does. NA usually gets like a really fair shake compared to what JP did. And that's the unfortunate side of it. I know a lot of people want to sit there and be like, oh, JP test server and stuff like that. I'm like, it's not, but it's not a good thing. I think that NA always gets the better side of things. Other than NA is the server that is the furthest behind, so it makes sense. And short of them starting a new server, I don't see how they really like can make it up to NA for being the furthest behind, other than to keep giving them stuff. Didn't any NA fast forward 1 year? I don't think they'll do that. In a weird way, I wouldn't mind if they did close the gap with us some, but I don't expect them to do anything like that. I think that sort of thing is always like, it's nice to say in premise, it's terrible to like actually think about them enacting it and doing it. I think that at that point, they end up in a really weird spot. It would also look bad if the server that's the furthest away is not having a smoother experience. Right. Yeah, anytime NA has issues, it's really bad, like kind of stain on their reputation at that point. People are upset about Tiamat Manor now. Imagine a fast forward. NA couldn't handle a fast forward. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that. Like, the NA community just does not have the mentality to be able to handle something like that. And I say this, chat, as ask me if I could handle it. Yeah, I could handle it. But chat, the way I play this game is like a psychopath to most people. I don't really miss AP. I basically like dot every I and cross every T. Most people, I think like your average player of the game, you're lucky enough to even get them to log in for the day, let alone do their 3 dailies, which is literally just spending AP 3 times. Let alone doing something like playing an event or keeping up to date on the story, right? So like, could I handle them rushing it? Yes, I would probably hate it, but I could do it. The issue at play is, I think the rest of the community, there's no freaking way they could keep up. There's no way they would be able to have the like capacity to juggle all of the things you would have to do at any given time. Because it'll fuck with the code. Yeah. And to be fair, like every time FGO has ever tried to accelerate anything, it has gone poorly for them. Like in every instance of it. So I don't think they will try it with the NA server. I'm sure that discussion occurred. I'm sure there was a, hey, should we catch them up? And I'm pretty positive that not only is the developer attitude that they shouldn't, but I think also the localization team, the Aniplex of America attitude is very much a like, hey, we've talked to the fans also don't want to be sped up. So I think that's usually how that probably goes. And until there's any sort of shift in that, I can't really see it being a thing. And so it's like, even if the entire community wanted it, then it would still be on the developers to actually make it happen. And I'm not sure the developers are equipped to do it. And most games ends up badly. Yeah, I think the only way it doesn't end up badly is if you have a very slow-paced game. So that, like, it's not the end of the world if you end up, like, combining stuff and, like, getting everything to kind of fall in line. Acceleration would only be an end of service thing. Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, again, I never want to get too doomer on this, and I want to first have a like disclaimer of me talking about this does not mean that I think that the game is going to end. The game is not going to end anytime soon. I want to state that is my opinion. So I do believe we're fine in that regard. But if humoring this idea, if like say JP were to declare end of service, NA's dead right then. Like I see like the people that are playing NA stopping caring, and very much so that like if JP's side of things ends up wrapping up shop, I cannot imagine that they would basically continue to run the NA side of things for very long. Yeah, and that would be the biggest problem. I think most people would just stop spending money on the game, and as the game ceases to make money, you would have a natural issue with going with like continuing to run the game into the future. And I think that's reality. Though to be fair, chat, it is very unlikely that you will ever see a main server close before any of the alternate servers. I think it's far more likely that you would see something else happen first. Like one of the other servers goes down because they just can't, it's not profitable anymore. I feel like they would bum rush content on an A if JP decided to close shop. That sounds good in premise, but let me go ahead and state the actual. So Aniplex pays A of A to translate. Okay. So if this side closes down, there's nobody paying these people. So there's no content to rush because nobody's translating it to bring it over here. And that's what I'm saying. I don't think it happened that way. I think if anything, it would happen in the reverse. I think NA would close first before JP did. NA getting untranslated events? Yeah, that might be a thing. But like I said, I don't think that anything like that's going to happen. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. The only scenario in which you EOS, chat, is not due to like monetary failure, because this game still absolutely just rakes in the money. It's entirely, the only way you EOS is it's entirely a Nasu thing. Nasu would have to say, I'm done with this shit. And I'm still pretty sure, even if Nasu says I'm done with this shit, that I think at that point the game transitions more into like a live service model than it already is. And I think like Aniplex of America milks it as like Type Moon divests from it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Aniplex and Sony would just continue to like keep this sucker going. It'd be a dead husk, but it would continue to keep going. Due to concerns about the longevity of the game, I wouldn't worry about the longevity too much, but I'm gonna say this. I don't think your concern to doing that is that crazy, because I have to absolutely blame the developers for their tone and their lack of discussion of a part 3. I understand they're trying to do it for like narrative purposes. They don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but them not talking about this is their biggest problem. Like that's why people think that like this game is going to end. That's why, chat, if we already had an official developer statement that part 3 was getting developed, there would literally be no doomers. There would be nobody talking about end of service. Right? So it's only because they haven't mentioned that the doomers really exist. And so it's like, yeah, I do put that one on them. That's kind of their fault. Yeah, and I think they could. There's plenty of writers that write for Fate now that aren't Nasu. Nasu, for the most part, I want to say like Nasu doesn't write that much, but I think he actually does. I think he keeps forcing himself to. But Nasu's official role is basically editor, and he lets other people write. So like he's the one overseeing the various projects, but at this point, I do think he kind of comes in there and he writes some of them himself. Also, Doomers just love to Doom. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. What other projects does he have working on at the moment? Well, I'm sure Tsukihime fans would scream at you. I lowered the uncleared advanced quest to 5. Nice. Do we have any mention of part 1? Part 1.5 or part 2 when we were nearing this point of part 1? Because I simply don't remember. No, we did not. We didn't. So that was like, back then that was a thing. Here's the thing though, right? And I have to put this into perspective for you guys. Yeah, I do this sometimes, and I do it because I think people need to see it. For part 1, part 1.5, part 2, and Ordeal Call. Yeah? How long did you spend in each of these? Well, for part 1, we spent 1.5 years. For 1.5, we spent 1 year. Let's see. We've been in Ordeal Call basically 2 years now. So ask yourself how much time remains. And that is how long you spent in part 2. Well, chat, that's 2.5. That's 2. So you're at 4.5 years. We're going on year 10. So you have spent 5.5 years. Sorry, I almost did 6.5. You spent 5.5 years in part 2. That's fucking absurd. Like, compared to the pacing they spent on any of the rest of these. Honestly, even Ordeal Call would have been bad, but I think they've like hyper accelerated because I think they realized they need to move on. And I think Ordeal Call is the bridge to getting us to part 3. But like this is stall. I'm sorry. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. People could try to argue this one, but this is stall. It has been. We know they expanded it. They literally talked about it. Like, it is what it is. But I think when you look at that sort of thing, yeah, there's a lot that went into this.
but it's also why they're trying to like move on from it now. Because I think I think for better or worse, the developers probably behind the scenes realize that this has gotten stale. Because this is related to this, and all of this is just kind of getting, hey, we're doing more of the same. Right? So I think they're trying to get to a part 3 so that it can just stand out from the rest of all of that. But yeah, it's like they never really talk about it ahead of time. And so it's like, oh, well, is it crazy for me then to be saying that they should talk about it ahead of time? That really depends on your mentality. Are you a strictist that believes that developer patterns dictate everything? Because I'm going to tell you, if you are, boy, have I got news for you. Developers love destroying these. They don't stick with their patterns. That being said, yeah, it's like, oh, okay, well, it fits that they didn't do it. And that is why they're doing it. That is why they're not talking about part 3. Is that right there? And that makes perfect sense. I could absolutely give them a pass based purely off of that, except for 2 things. 1, the reason they need to talk about part 3. The game is in its 10th year. It is reasonable for fans to be like, hey, yeah, are you doing more after this? That is a very reasonable, like, question for fans to be asking. And number 2, Nasu himself throwing shade. Nasu himself being like, oh, everything ends. The story's gonna end. Yeah, it's all coming to an end. Nasu repeatedly using the term end over and over and over again. Sorry, that's on him. The more he uses this term, the more he needs to talk about part 3. That's just 100% on him. So it's like, I get why he's doing this. I understand it's going to make the end of Ordeal Call seem way more impactful, because people are going to wonder, like, is there a part 3? Holy shit, is this the end of FGO? That's what he's going for. That's the effect that he's trying to evoke. But it has repercussions, because you don't get to, unfortunately, for better or worse, pull that one in the 10th year of your game without losing people, without scaring people off. Like, and to me, I think the easy way he could do it, he could just be like, oh yeah, the story for Lost Belt's ending. Who knows what the story will look like after that? Maybe we'll do something completely different. Like, he could absolutely keep people guessing and make people be like, whoa, wait, what does that mean? Right? Like, without telling people the game is ending. Because when you use the term end, that's what they hear. When they hear the end of the story, that's what they hear. They don't hear, it might be the end of this arc. It might be the end of this particular, like, Lost Belt and Cosmos and the Lost Belt arc. Or maybe even the quote-unquote Grand Order arc. Right? Like, that's what end could mean. It could mean the end of Cosmos, or it could mean the end of Grand Order entirely. But that doesn't mean there can't be more story. So it's like, it's kind of on him. It's the terminology he's been using. So, unfortunately, for better or worse, we get to hold him to the fire on that one. Like, it's not unreasonable for a fan to be like, hey, why haven't you mentioned this? Why haven't you said that you have plans beyond this? Because, Chad, if you guys will remember, Nasu has been saying this for over 5 years. And it got so bad that in year 5, at the 5th year anniversary, Mr. 2 had to come out and say, he had to contradict Nasu. Nasu was talking about the end, telling people to prepare for the end. Back in year 4 and year 5, he was saying that shit. And it got so bad in year 5, Mr. 2 had to come out and he had to say, we have plans for 10 years. Through year 10, he had to come out and say that. Because people were concerned. Fast forward. We are now 5 years later. We are at the end of this. So now Mr. 2's statement is also adding fuel to the fire because no other statement has been made then. So 15 years. No, sorry. It's literally through year 10. I'll just cross out the year part so that people don't get confused. The terminology used was through year 10. So therein lies the issue. Takeuchi mentioned 11th Annie, at least. He did. Yeah, like Takeuchi has kind of pointed to the fact that there will be a future. He's one of the few people that has. And Nasu himself has begrudgingly admitted that, well, if the fans want us to, we'll continue on. Like, so I do think it's there, but the problem is Nasu has not given a definitive statement. Mr. 2 has not given a definitive statement. And until those things are made, it is very difficult to not just point to that and say like, hey, look, hey, they made the definitive statement. Y'all need to shut up. The game is not ending. Instead, we have to suffer the doomers and gloomers because there is the possibility that Nasu does pull it out. I think the possibility for that, though, is at an all-time low. I think if you had asked me this back in year 5, if you had asked me this back in year 6, year 7, I think I have a way more doomer mentality back then. But I think if you ask me now, no, I think Nasu's kind of over the hump. I think one of the big humps for him was Tsukihime. So the fact that he got part of that out, I think it got it out of his system. Talk about holding an audience by the balls. Yeah, I mean, a little bit's on the audience as to whether or not to accept it. And I think some people don't. I think some people have moved on in that regard because they're just either tired of the game or they just, again, are just moving on to like greener pastures or newer things. So they're making so much money. Yeah. And that's the thing. I think at the end of the day, money is a really powerful drug. When you're someone like Nasu, I think Nasu knows from his various projects back in time, you don't always catch lightning in a bottle. For example, chat, Tsukihime was well received. Tsukihime was a cult classic. Tsukihime was not stupidly popular when it came out. Unlike Fate. Now, that's not me saying like Tsukihime's bad or anything like that. The point I'm making here is just because you have a good story, a good tale to tell, does not guarantee you success. And I think Nasu knows that. And I think Nasu understands that he'd be an idiot to like flush all of this down the toilet. So I think like there have been times where he's wanted to, and maybe his like inner monologue got the better of him and he maybe said things during interviews he didn't necessarily mean to say, but I think he knows. I think there's no way he's gone through all of this process and he knows that like, yeah, hey, it's not everything I do is going to be an immediate success. The advertising platform that FGO gives Nasu for other projects is insane. Yeah, 100%. Make all this other stuff. Exactly. And that's why. Like, I think he's realized that for better or worse, maybe he has some misgivings. Maybe he has some issues. But I think he understands that FGO is a, how do I put this? It's a necessary evil. I think Nasu doesn't like the live service mentality of it, but I think he knows. Yeah, it's a cash cow, 100%. Chat, welcome to the green zone. There we go. FGO2 wouldn't be a surefire bet to be as popular as FGO is. Oh, I guarantee you it wouldn't be. Like, in the sense that I think FGO captured lightning in the bottle, and for FGO2 to be successful, it very much needs to be modernized and way more in line with what modern gacha gamers want. And I think that is something that Aniplex sucks at, and that is something that Single does not have the manpower for. Warning. How to play. View tutorials. Fuck it. Balance between combat and survival. Harsh combat and consequences. A gritty battle for survival. Zoomed in. Is it zoomed in? That it is. Whee! Now, chat, we are playing a mix of Fallout, BioShock, and the mythical land of Britain.
Windscale, the pride of Britain. Nestled in the picturesque Lake District, the state-of-the-art atom plant has transformed this rugged landscape into the envy of its northern neighbors. Scientific progress waits for no one, and
the public has nothing to fear.
The area will be reopened by Christmas at the latest.
The situation is more complex than was at first understood.
No military expeditions into the area have been lost. Where did you get such an idea?
Perhaps by next Christmas. Oh, no more reconnaissance flights. The interference field is bringing down aircraft like clay pigeons.
Let me be clear. Our experts are monitoring the situation, and I would urge everyone to remain calm. The situation in Cumberland is well in hand.
Welcome to Atomfall, chat. I don't know if anyone's already been playing this, but if you have, should I be playing this with a controller? Or mouse and keyboard?
Who are you? What are you doing in here? I thought this place was secure. Where's Dr. Powell? You don't know. Lying here in a sealed bunker inside the quarantine zone, and you don't know.
Yes.
Garbage, listen. I'll help you. Explain what I can. But I need your help in return, all right?
Sure.
You're trapped in the quarantine zone around the Windscale atom plant. That's where it all went wrong. The only way to Windscale is through the interchange. You'll need my key card, or you'll never get in. There are people, people who will help you escape, but they won't do it for free. I've lost so much blood. I can't think straight.
I can't think straight.
Supplies nearby. Alcohol and rest. Stop the bleeding, please.
You can't trap me here. Maybe I should take the key card from you by force. I'll find this interchange for you, but you must give me the key card now. Oh, this is evil.
Yeah, let's help him.
Hurry, please. It hurts like the devil.
Surely this man won't betray me. He's British. Yep. Is he gonna die if I take too long? Ooh, old whiskey. How's the game volume, by the way, chat? Okay. Craft items from the crafting materials. This is gonna be like one of those Resident Evil things where I just like pour some oil on a like severed hand and just like put it back on my body. Okay. More cloth, more alcohol. Okay, let's not accidentally take him down.
Please help me. Thank you. Delaying the inevitable, I'm afraid. But at least I can think more clearly now. Here's my key card. It will get you out of here and into the interchange. It doesn't matter what else happens. As long as the truth of this place gets out. Here are my notes. Everything I remember. It's not much, but it's all I can do. Now listen. There's still every chance something bad may happen to me, and you shouldn't be here when it does. If I can ever repay you for helping me, I will. But for your own safety, you should go. Leave me. Go now.
See, chat? He's gonna repay us someday.
It's rare to find anyone who has the slightest spark of kindness in this place. It may help me to survive. I hope so.
It may help me to survive? I think in a post-apocalyptic world, kindness is probably gonna get you killed.
Quarantine protocol is in effect. This door must remain sealed.
Uh-oh.
Emergency access has been granted.
Need a tool you don't have yet? Okay. It requires a signal redirector. No power. Okay, so that's... We gotta redirect the signal in order to get power to the door. That's probably how we actually get out of here. Oh. Wait, C is how I attack? What? That doesn't seem right.
Oh, come on. I just want us to be friends. That daft suit of yours must be filling up with blood by now. Let's just finish things.
Easy. Okay, can I like take his weapon? Does he have a weapon? Why does he not have a weapon? Yeah, it's like a powerful punch. Like C may be like the melee button with weapons or something. Oh my god, I can't see shit. It's darker on my screen, I think, than it is on stream. Wait. Track leads. Some findings will have a lead, which is a clue that can be investigated to uncover more information. Leads are indicated in the notebook with a lead icon. Track lead is displayed alongside the map. Okay. But yeah, no, there's still like left click to punch. I don't know if I need to track a lead at the moment. Combat training stimulants. Oh, collect training stimulants to spin them to master new skills. Find and read training manuals to unlock new skills to master. Okay. Range combat, melee, survival, and conditioning. Honestly, it doesn't look like a super deep tree at the moment, but still interesting. Gives you a little bit of leeway with how to spec your character, it looks like. Let me guess. This thing's gonna, like, come alive. My loot senses are tingling. Huh. Let me guess, this also needs the signal redirector. Yeah, you can see it. Later, Katana. Have a good one. Door's barred from the other side. Why is there blood? Why is there blood? Why is the game auto-saving? You can't trick me. Ah, that's why there's blood. This guy. Stay inside. Cloth and alcohol. Don't think about going back outside. That bloody radio is useless in the zone. And fixing it will be the death of you. Outlaws are sniffing around now. They might have spotted me on my last trip. I have to go one more time. I think the key card is finally working, and I don't want to forget where the damn place is before I can try it. I'll be back by morning. Stay inside. He didn't stay inside. Or he did and now is dead. Because nobody ever came to get him in the morning. Give me more scrap. Well, that was easy enough. So I guess I just come back to this place once I have the signal redirector. Slattendale. Okay, should I go British? Or should I go Scottish? Chad, I've never seen Doctor Who, but something tells me I should not, in fact, get in the TARDIS. This feels like it's going to backfire on me. Oberon must die. Understandable. Yeah, I think we're in Lost Belt 6, chat. I'm pretty sure that was Woodwose. Yeah, that's true. There is no, like, Yggdrasil here. Can't go out that. Okay, more glass bottles. Can I jump on that? Nope, doesn't look like it. Game looks pretty though. La 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 la. La 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 la.
No trouble. Heck, let's just calm down, eh? No need for violence. Someone sneaking around? Gone, are they? Must have spooked him.
I'm surprised he saw me even.
Proper buggered you.
That'll teach him. Ah, I got a bobby pin. Coded message. Translation been scribbled beneath it. Absent yourself from convoy as soon as possible. Be discreet. There's a shed in Slattendale rail yard. Grid reference 28 7E by 77.5 north. Make your way up there. If not, I'll wait. I'll leave supplies. Use the key to access them. Agravane. Motherfucker. This is Lost Belt 6. We're on a mission. Where does this go? I'm thinking maybe not. Bingo. Uncontrolled landing. State-of-the-art power systems. We have high confidence in their ability to penetrate the interference field that surrounds the zone without incurring any significant damage. So this is literally also Stalker. However, in the event of an uncontrolled landing, standing orders are as follows. Hold position and wait and await instructions. Do not attempt to leave the quarantine zone. Do not communicate with local inhabitants in any way. Should some be found alive, do not approach abandoned scientific establishments. They remain under strict quarantine. Okay. Now, I have heard
from Prophet, who's already playing, that inventory is gonna be a thing in this game. So that is one of my concerns. We know Agravain hates them. Well, guess what? We found a singular woman, and she was dead. Can I drive this? I want to drive this. Oh. A cricket bat? Is the cricket bat better than what I have? How do I tell? Average attack speed, high damage. Average damage, fast attack speed. Okay. So it's time for a paddling. Unexplored bunker. Oh, herbs. Do I have herbs and spices? Yeah, so that's where I came from. I'm just like wondering if I'm kind of jumping the gun by like going into some of these places, but let's try. Bunker L7. A torch. Ah, yes, a torch. A hatchet. Cloth. Chemicals. Cool. Oh. That's my bad, chat. I don't know what the heck happened. It literally happened back-to-back times. Yeah, sorry about that. There is something over here. Taste my fucking bat. Training stimulant. Work that meant something. Make it a month sober, William. Just one pitiful month, then they'll let you back. They have to. Oh, I don't know about that. Considering you became a ghoul instead. Tea? This is a proper British game. Now that I have my tea. Gunpowder. Rifle ammo. A backpack. Sorry, I'm at this point I'm narrating everything I find. Uh-oh. Edge. A pneumatic dispatch tube. Unused items can be stored in a pneumatic dispatch tube. All tubes have access to stored inventory. Oh, okay, so this is the storage thing. Gives a heart slow buff, reduces heart rate increase. Wait, do I have to like manage my heart rate? Can I die of a heart attack? Is that a thing? Causes bleed. Okay, so I think we'll store that for right now. And I think I'll keep my wiffle bat. Is this like for like a shield or something? I have a gun. Let's go. You came from the interchange. Do not forget where you came from. Do not forget where you buried the secrets. It's November 1957. You were the only one left. Do not forget the ones trapped inside. Do not forget the quarantine protocol. Do not listen to the voices. Now, chat, I know I'm not supposed to listen to the voices, but sometimes they have some pretty good ideas. God, that is super low. Yeah, I too keep my grenades in my drawers. You don't want to misplace one. Accidentally step on it. Accidentally pull the pin. I always follow the voices? I mean, you could. That is the thing. So... I guess I'll use the bandage?
debating if I want to bind a grenade. I feel like a grenade should have a different button, though. Does it show me on the compass where that tracked lead is? Doesn't look like it. I guess we'll go in here now. I assume he's not gonna, like, wake up. Like, I assume I brutally murdered him well enough. Late mine caves. Y Sky? Gotta always loot the Y Sky. A whiskey. God, this flashlight kind of sucks. Molotov cocktail. Oh my. Oh god. I didn't expect they were gonna attack me. I thought they were just gonna fly past and it was gonna be like a scary thing. And instead it was more scary because they actually attacked me. Bro, who did your hat? Kinda want one. Time to sneak up on him with my bat, chat. Somebody's been a naughty boy and deserves a spanking. Don't worry, just turn around. Nothing bad will happen to you. Actually, I technically don't know if he's evil.
Hello? Who's out there? Stay back. What are you doing in here? Who knows what might have followed you in?
I'm lost, that's all? Yeah, let's go with confused.
You really don't know where you are? Are you alright? If you don't mind me saying so, you look proper peaky.
Okay. How would you feel if you couldn't remember anything?
Aye, that's fair enough. I wouldn't feel in best fettle either. Mayhap I can help you find your feet a tad. This is the quarantine zone. They built hell in Cumberland, and you're right slap bang in it. Government boffins used to be here. Don't know what they were doing, but it all went to cock in the end. Look, if you've a question about these caves, I can help. I don't know much about how else, though. Supplies I could trade, if that's what you're after. Interchange? Now why does that ring a bell? I'm sorry. My memory ain't what it were. Mayhap it'll come back to me. You know,
I actually think The voice acting
I
and the
must say,
facial sync's pretty good.
It's nice to talk to someone. Someone who's properly here, that is. Not just a voice in my head.
What do you mean I am a voice in your head?
Oh. Said that out loud, did I? Oh. I know how that must sound, but, exactly that. Well, voices, really. More than one. But, well, now...
No, I don't think they're
really
being petty.
are a stranger, aren't you? They don't know who you are. Usually, you see, the voices tell me when someone's coming. That's how I know to hide.
I almost killed him. True.
Well, aye. On occasion. It's like this, you see. They chatter away. The voices in my head. Not all the time, but a lot of it. Sometimes they're only whispers. Other times, not often, it's like they're standing right
Peaky,
next
what's
to me.
that mean? I think he means that I look like pale.
Hard to make out most of the time, but other times they whisper about places. Hidden, secret places. Sometimes I think they're whispering from such places.
Ah.
Or may I?
You're hearing the
there,
treasure goblins.
Listening to them. Lord, I shouldn't be telling you this. It could make them angry.
Yeah, if you tell me, I might be able to help you.
I wonder... Perhaps if you can find it and open it. Listen, I used to work these mines. The biggest one, the boffins took over when they arrived, started building something inside. Now, what did they call the place? Oh, but yes. Interchange. That were it. And I've heard the voices say that name. I'm sure I have. They closed up the old mine entrance.
But you couldn't remember that earlier.
I suppose they must have hidden a new one elsewhere. Mayhap the voices are ghosts, trapped inside. Mayhap opening a way to them will make the voices happy. Mayhap they'll leave me alone then.
Any idea where I should start looking for
A
it?
few months back, people outside the walls sent in a convoy. All soldiers and that. They'd have been heading to the interchange, I'm sure. Didn't get far, of course. They were an ambush. Could hear the screaming a mile away.
Ambush
Maybe
by
find
what?
some clues if you search through wreckage. I'll mark the spot for you. Suppose it's possible. Not likely, though. On account of you still being alive.
Yeah, what went on in the zone?
I can tell you my story, I suppose. I used to work this mine. No, but your run-of-the-mill slate mine. Until they found summer in one of the workings. Next thing we know, we're up to our necks in white coats and khaki. Made to sign the Official Secrets Act. Even though we know now and been told less. A few years later, something goes properly wrong at that factory thing they built across the mere. And now, here I am living in a hole.
But you don't know what the government
Nope.
found.
All I know is they closed up the mines and started building bunkers everywhere. They reckoned bunkers were secrets too. That you can dig big holes in the ground without everyone and their dog in the neighborhood knowing about it.
Where does the cave lead?
Well, this tunnel's part of the old cart route. What's left of it, any road. It's like a loop, takes you in and out of Slatton Dale. The Dale's busy with outlaws, so watch yourself if you go that way. Oh, and there's a fenced-off way, goes into the soldiers' territory. Skether Moor, that is. Can't recommend that. Not unless you're keen to get yourself shot or burned to a crisp.
I am.
All right. Items from your inventory to the trader's inventory until the scales at the top are balanced. Traders will accept any trade where your items are equal to or more than the value of their items. I know a lot of games do this. This is such a shit way of doing things. Because, unfortunately, for better or worse, you can't barter in a video game like this because the player will always attempt to try to get more out of the deal because it's just in their interest, right? However, there is something to be said about bartering in real life where the person realizes that, one, there may be a relationship from a future bartering or sale. Two, they may not make a sale at all if they don't agree to it. So it's the seller's willingness to sell and the buyer's willingness to pay that go up against each other and find an even point. This never happens in a video game because the seller just always will have a set price and is never willing to budge. That's the one thing I don't like about these types of systems. They always feel like they're just a shitty way to be like, hey, look, we have more involved selling. And it's like, it's just selling. I'm sorry. It's just in this case, there's no actual like currency, so I am going to have to use things. Is burn resistance buff. Looks like my med kits will do that. A heap o' gunpowder. Allows the making of makeshift grenades, can only be learned once. Detects buried caches. Okay, so if I wanted to do that, what would I have to give him for this? We'll give him a military-grade explosives device. I will give him a Molotov cocktail. I will give him a tin of English breakfast tea. Wow. Some Brit you are. You don't even care about tea. Oh, God, that is so close. Yeah, the tea is still not enough. Yeah, God, the first aid kit is by far the biggest. Yeah, see, the second it tips even remotely back to his side, he will refuse. So I guess this is the best trade that I can make.
All good.
So I got the metal detector.
Might have something new I can trade with you.
I'll put the video out tomorrow for it. Oh, wait, no, damn it.
Bye. You be careful out there.
Oh, you be careful in here. Voices in the depths. It's not hard to imagine how such a dark, oppressive, and often dangerous environment might fuel the overactive imagination. Imagination my arse. Sounds like a proper Brit. So there's a lot of holes.
Okay. Why do I hear footsteps? Am I hearing the sound of my character turning? I think I am. Okay, so this just leads to where he is. More cloth. Bugger off. Doesn't look like it's a trap. Piss off. Go home. Bugger off, just die. Piss off, stay away, or get shot. Get off our land. It's my land. Sawed off. Latindale, get lost. Okay. That just looks like that leads right back out, which is fine. I won't go out that way yet. Because we must go deeper. Checkpoint. Please remain behind the line and wait to be called forward. Territory is under martial law. Can I get up there? No. It doesn't look like mantling is a thing in this game. Survival horror game? I wouldn't say survival horror. It's just kind of that way, but maybe. Let's gather more. So I was told not to go here or I'll be shot. Alright, fine. I won't go there. We'll go the other way. Oh. Don't know what he's doing. Alright, let's enter. See where this takes me. Deathline. Shotgun. Yep, learned it. Wait, what? How did this... I'm so confused. I guess these slots are just for like bigger items. Is how that works. Okay, so it's a single shell. Get off our land. Stay away or get shot. Hold on. This is England. There are no guns here. Although I guess if this is back in the 50s, there probably are. God, the radios in the game are so... Who's gonna do the shooting? You? Hold on, chat. Let's go back up here first. Potatoes? What's with that music change? Okay, plenty of herbs for my herbal tea. What the heck? Game just like turned me around. Oh man. This guy had a freaking backpack. Or no, he had a metal detector. Wait, so if I can hold on, chat, we can trade the metal detector back to the first guy. Your accuracy decreases and you make more noise. Okay, that's interesting. Heck, that's actually an interesting mechanic then. More than I gave it credit for. Wonder what happens if I hit like maximum heart rate. Do I just die? No.
Oh, you're back.
You're right. I'm back. Damn it, he sold it. Oh, no, wait. No. He gave it to me. Wait. I can't trade it back from... You little bastard.
Bye.
Oh, that's so annoying. There I was trying to be smart, and the game won't let me. I'm just wondering how I get back to like that original area that I was in. That wasn't a small explosion at the plant. Use the Slatindale exit. Go there as soon as you get this before they seal the doors, and they will. For the protocol, I found you somewhere to lie low. Stay alive, Sam. I'll find you. Okay. Yeah, the game's definitely feeling a little bit restrictive in terms of like verticality here. Okay, so this is just how they're going to be doing like invisible walls. Yep. dumb, but I get it, I guess. Any people down there? Doesn't look like it. Wait, is this the Can't tell if he's looking at me or not. I don't think he is. I think he's like aimed out over here. But I'm pretty sure this is where... Yeah, okay. Well, given that this entire place is probably designed to be able to be handled without a weapon...
Hey up, stranger. Not seen you around this stretch before.
I'm sorry, what?
How do? Where did you come from then?
Planet Earth.
Blimey. He must have taken a knock on the noggin or something. Still, you're looking decent fettle now.
Yeah.
Name's not, by the way. Forgive me being curious of strangers. This place been off for years. There've been strange happenings. You have to be careful who you trust. Not civilized round here anymore, just savages that roam about. And a few survivors, like myself.
Savage,
Well,
what do you mean?
There's a bunch who call themselves outlaws. But if you're expecting Robin Hood and his merry men, you're gonna be properly disappointed. Right shower of ne'er-do-wells and bullies. Keep well away from them, if you want my advice. And there's other things too. Nasty things. I've seen them, and I'm sure we've got the boffins to thank for it. Shady, secret stuff them scientists were up to. Whatever they were doing, they were right keen to bury it when it went wrong.
What if there's a day-night cycle in this game? Go on.
Listen, I overheard them once, the blokes in noddy suits. The ones that appeared right after the disaster, talking about their quarantine. How they had to seal the place. Said something about an interchange, a secret project. But I should stop talking before I get carried away. Not personal. I can be a right chatterbox, that's all. It's what they chucked me out of the village for, the buggers.
So you couldn't keep your mouth shut. Yeah, you're just getting to the good stuff.
Aye? Well, whatever the boffins were up to in that interchange, what's it? I'm sure it wasn't good. This place is riddled with secret bunkers. Or so I've heard. Such things were kept hidden from the likes of us, of course. But look, if you want more, you'd be wise to ask Molly, the tinker. An ear for information has Molly.
Is this
She's
Molly
usually
hot?
camped just north of here. Now, I'm not sure I should be saying out more to a stranger. Aye? Well, I was speaking truth. From a certain point of view.
Yeah.
It has not been civilized since the soldiers moved in. Running the place like prison camp. Calling themselves protocol. I can point you to it. But I've no desire to return. You ask me, those that stayed might have done better out here. Now I really should stop talking.
Okay.
Now personal.
There's a village.
But you can't trust anyone too much these days, can you? So long. Watch yourself around here, aye?
Yeah. Yeah, he's good people, chat. He told us things. The War of the Worlds. Can I steal this thing?
Like, if a NPC is going to be helpful and non-hostile, I won't fuck with them. But the second an NPC gives me lip, they're dead. That's just the way post-apocalyptic society works. Okay. Chat, I think we found Voldemort. No, this can't be him. He has a nose. Does kind of give that vibe, though. Chat. He's looking at you. Oh, gauge shotgun rusty. Okay, so it's just two of the same. And I think if I continue up this way... Yep, that's the TARDIS that I answered. So this is... We've now come all the way back to the beginning. So I guess I was supposed to come this direction. Originally. And then I just didn't. I do like that, though. It's not quite open world, but it looks like they've given you... paths to explore by. Like, you can see, there's just a ton of avenues you can go. Still not sure if that dude's hostile or not, but I suspect that he is. Barred from the other side. I'd be dead on the spot. In a post-apocalyptic society? Yes. This is why, chat, you have to be optimistic that we're not already in a post-apocalyptic society. There's a dude up there. Let's go up this way. Lunchbox. Okay, so we got the burn salve recipe. Open that. Now we have a shortcut. Well, that's a body. Plenty of water. Glue. Ah, yes. Finally, refreshment. Just what I was looking for. You were right. Well, if you find this, I'm sorry to say that you were right about Helen. She was infected after all. It came on very quickly. She started talking like those poor fools in the woods do, suddenly obsessed with a voice in the soil. And come morning, she was gone. I presume she's gone to join them. It's no longer safe here, so I'm moving camp to the bunker up the hill. Helen didn't know about that one. Jackson. So we got zombies? Well, I guess we already pretty much had like a ghoul that we dealt with. Well, let's go up here. Oh, it's so bright. I'll be out combing the convoy site for clues again because maybe Bobby missed something. Unexplored cave. It's about to become Outlaws Cave. Trespassing.
Wish we could find some cards. Hand or two of 5-card stud would be nice.
That'll teach him. Oh man, I kind of want a knife.
Get this over with, Sharpish.
Someone's sneaking around playing yeah, tell him. I've paid my boots with your teeth.
Hey!
Bloody right, pal, you tell him. Hell, stop the wind, Jake. You bugger. There's nobody here.
Bloody right! Bloody right indeed!
Right, you!
Okay, that didn't go so hot. Got him. They're really just gonna let me shoot someone like that.
You'll die here.
I don't think I will.
Ah, you little...
Let him enter the effective range. Give me all of your glue. I require it. Okay, so I have 2 more shots of this. Wonder if I can, like, drop it. I have no idea if the Leamington 12 gauge is better or the one that I have. The double barrel, average damage, low range. Wait, what? I thought I got rid of my shotgun. I'm so confused. Bold strategy, Cotton. I mean, hey. Sometimes they just try, right? Can't blame them for trying. Dude, can I use like a pool stick as a weapon? Ah, towel. Who knows what that could be used for? Heavy survival knife. I can't take my tea. I killed like so many of these dudes that I'm not sure like who I've looted and who I haven't. Oh, yes, assorted crap. Yeah, he had the cricket bat. Rifle ammo. A Cornish pastry. I could take the Molotov, but same deal. Oh, okay, this just looped me. And then this went back up, didn't it? Or around. Okay. I'm getting the hang of this place. Kind of. Explosive lure. Something tells me I'm gonna have to come back here for loot purposes. Okay, dead end. Bro. Was that a trip? Yes, it was. Okay, I was going to say, like, I did not see that at all. Because my brain, my monkey brain went, ooh, a manual. Combat stem, pistol ammo. Yeah, inventory kind of sucks. Not gonna lie. Okay, so let's take this. Oh, I guess I could have just learned it right off the thing. Take the combat stem. Looks like this room basically had all the reward for this place. Got some gunpowder out of it. Oh. Well, that's not quiet at all. Yeah, the heart beating almost sounds like somebody taking footsteps. It's definitely like, in a weird way, it almost adds to like a horror element. Because you're like, you're not sure, is there like somebody else there? What is this? This is Atom Fall. This is, it's kind of like Fallout in Britain. But it almost feels like they've kind of made it a little bit like BioShock. British. Ah! God damn it.
Nice and slow now. Let's have no trouble. Else, teeth, I'll have your head.
Why is combat music still playing? Holy shit. What the heck did they do? Mixed with Stalker? Yeah, it does feel like there's some Stalker mixed in here. Oh, potatoes. Damn it, I can't pick up my potatoes. Got a smaller club. Cornish pastry. I know, I'll eat that. I'll also use that bandage. Even though I'm not sure I needed to. I need more ammo. Only have just enough. I suspect I'm going to be able to craft gunpowder into more ammo. Okay, so I think I was down there when I saw like the dude walking along the edges up here. There's a little bit of like fade when you go indoors. It's a nice touch. It's that like as you've been outside in the like bright sun and you step indoors, how your eyes have to like adjust. Don't see that in a lot of video games, but Chat, tell me I'm not crazy. Oh, I think it's the It's the shadows from the birds. I was like, damn, I could have sworn I just saw someone. Wait a minute. Anybody home? No one smoked the peace pipe? Where we go? I get it. Builds a fire in here for... Ah. Chemicals, of course. If only they had a fresh supply of glue. I'm beginning to learn that the staple diet of all British people is tea, Cornish pastries, and glue.
These idiots have no ambition.
This one's good as dead.
Yeah, you tell him.
You'll never get me alive!
Bloody kill ya!
You ass.
Close one, mate. What? Keep your eyes open. I heard something.
I'll find you. There's no hiding from you.
Keep your head in future.
Now, get some police.
You'll die for what you've done. Take this.
Yeah.
Not firing.
That'll teach them to come into my cave. Come into the cave, you gotta play catch. Ooh, piece of bread. Ooh, piece of potatoes. Alright. Who's next? They all done, huh? Seems they were no match for the cave troll. Oh, 22. Got gun ammo. Yeah, I need to drop that. Wait, who had the... One of you had the rifle. I think it's you. Terrier. Oh, whoops. Okay. You get any more pistol ammo? Nope. Okay, so we need to assign that to 1. Because I did get more shotgun ammo. Did I loot the guy in the cave? Did he have anything? I think I did. Thank God that idiot actually tried to catch a grenade. If he hadn't, I might have been in trouble. But lucky for me, he was an idiot. The perfect type of idiot. Those were fast. Convoy wreckage. On Sleep for the Sin to Send, they've revised the electrical systems we've put into the helicopter should guard them from the wretched interference field, but I'm glad not to be aboard one all the same. Monitor how they do. Providing the new radios work, they've given us some fresh-faced civvy to operate our set, but she seems to know her onions. We can only hope for the best. A Spider-Man lunchbox filled with glue. See, chat, you can't tell me that British people don't eat glue. This game is hard incentivizing it. Or not incentivizing, but what's the word I'm looking for? Hinting at or arrows. Huh. Implying thank you, yes. I knew it was another I word. Aha. That's blood. Oh, Sanka's dead. Lion Annual. Masks said they were going to take us to Castle. Help. What? I do think things like bandages should stack. That is kind of stupid in that regard. Because my inventory is slowly just filling up with more and more useless stuff. Are masks the outlaws? I'm wondering. Game's definitely doing a bit of like scenic storytelling in that regard, where it doesn't just give you the answer to everything. It's just giving you clues. Okay, so there's grass here to hide in. Locked, requires unknown key. Yours for a fair price. I'm Molly Jowett. Am starting a new business venture. I thought to myself, Molly, if you can reinvent yourself as a broker, then you can reinvent yourself as a property saleswoman. A fair price for a fair price. I've come by the key for this lovely concrete shelter. If you want it, I'm selling. Come find me down the hill. Oh, fuck. Imagine being a real estate professional in the time of the apocalypse. I feel like property values would be at an all-time low, especially in some sort of natural disaster or unnatural disaster occurring area.
Hello. I don't know you, do I? No, I'm sure I don't.
No stealing.
Not
Oh,
seen
it's
you around
Molly.
here before. Your lot shouldn't be wandering this far out village. It's safe. That is where you came from. The village.
No, I'm not from any
Of course
village.
you're not one of them. You're a stranger to these dales, aren't you? Clear as crystal now I look at you. And I'm good at reading people. It's a right handy skill. Especially if you want to get any good business done. My name's Molly. If you've got out to trade, I got some bits and bobs for sale.
Bits and bobs. She's selling Bob, chat.
They kept what they were doing hidden from us locals, right up until the day the atom plant went bang across the mere. Well, you won't find any boffins left here now, but turns out they've been digging out secret bunkers all over the place. Riddle these hills like woodworm in an old sideboard. I might just know the location of one or two of them. Not that that kind of thing comes for free, you understand.
Spoke to Nat.
You've met old Nat? He's a good soul, is Nat. Could talk the hind legs off a donkey. Well, any friend of his is a friend of mine. Oh, well, I suppose it can't hurt to give you a little something for free. I heard some outlaws found a big door nearby, one they couldn't get open. Now, only the boffins would have built something like that. They said it was signed, the interchange. It's inside a bunker that overlooks the quarry, if you've been over that way. Here, I'll mark it for you.
But I have been over that way. Okay, what has she got? Hard to power their equipment. An atomic battery? Okay, that's kind of stupid. So, like, I literally can't trade with her because that a major item is why? Oh, I see. No, it's because this is a weapon.
Common as muck, those.
Specific items they value higher or lower than their base value. Add items to the to give column to learn trader's preferences. Yuck. He doesn't want to give me this chat. Wow, she really values that. What the heck, woman? Just barely. Ah, why not?
Nice trading with you. If out new comes into me hands, it goes straight in stock. Just saying. It's worth coming back to see. Well, before everything were a mess, I used to be a tinker. Travelling round, fixing things for folk. Sharpening knives and scissors. Selling pots and pans. Afterwards, couldn't get stuff off the markets to sell anymore. So that's what I do. I sort out
Yeah, it doesn't seem like I can get it from her. Did she just teleport next to me? Ah! Apparently I can burn myself on fire. Oh, I've only been quick saving, so let's hard save. Do you chili jam? Do you have chili jam? I do not. Alright, chat. That's going to end it here for me tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed this first look at Atomfall. I will definitely be interested to continue this later this week, so I hope you guys are looking forward to it. It's definitely interesting. It's maybe a little bit like slow paced here at the opening, but I assume it's just going to get faster as we go. But yeah, let me see who's on for tonight, if there's anybody hanging out. Let me send you guys over to Miss Ivy. I think both her and Chaldea Gurus are doing something together. I have no idea. So we'll go ahead and head on over to their way and help them out. But again, hope you guys enjoyed stream tonight. Keep your eyes peeled for some interesting content on the YouTube channel soon. And I will see you guys for the next one. Later.